All right. Breaking news, Tiger Woods arrested after Florida crash. Oh dear. Well, clickbait. 10 best PS1 games with over 100 plus hours of content. All right, Tanya Garcia. Let's see if you can tell me something I don't know. Street Fighter EX2 Plus. At a completion time of 350 hours. I don't know if fighting games count. Wizardry 7 Crusaders of the Dark Savant. Completion time 148 hours. Railroad Tycoon 2. Completion time 200 hours. Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. Completion time 110 hours. They better have that one game that advertises how many hours of gameplay that it has on the back of the box. Sid Meier's Civilization. 152 hours. Digimon World. 113 hours. Gran Turismo 2. 102 hours. Harvest Moon, Back to Nature, 183 hours. Dragon Quest VII, Fragments of the Forgotten Past, 153 hours. Persona 2, Eternal Punishment, 152 hours. Well, that's it? We're not gonna bring up Xeno whatever? That's across like fucking 2 or 3 discs? Or Final Fantasy 7? Or 8? Or 9? Okay, whatever. Hero Zero Mission. Let's get some favorites queued up. Leather Current. Getting a healthy amount of Pokemon music right off the bat here. Well, I've got to do it. Did not want to grab that, but it's a little late for what I wanted at this point. Yeah, it's nice that the timer ticks up and not down. One of the things that I really like about this game is it really feels like there's no rush. Also, I have no idea what these blue coins do. I should go find the manual for this game. Jump too high. Guarantee I'm going to do it again here. Oh, almost. Oop. Let's grab the S to be big man. Oh, hell yeah. Somebody besides me requesting music from 3D Game Heroes? What is this? Game Heroes is really the only reason why I need to plug in my PS3 and make sure that it still works. It's the only PS3 game that I, like, really want to play. Heart. I was really hoping I could keep that form through this next segment. Or I could just die. There's that. Can buy lives with blue coins? I'm not sure how I'm supposed to. I am pushing every button while I'm on the pause screen here. This is why I'm going to have to find a PDF of the manual. Because it might actually say. Instead of Googlebot 5000. Although I must admit, Googlebot 5000 does have some pretty reliable answers every once in a while. I love this part. The back of my head is underwater, and he's still holding his breath. That's not his hair, those are his lungs. He's like an axolotl. Fuck. Ran into spikes. Now there is another segment after this. Before the boss. So that's where I'm hoping I can get and keep another S coin. So I can go into the final boss fight as Mega Man. Arm Cannon McCoolahan. Okay, so we got enough coins for a one-up. Also, there's that upper route that I don't know what that leads to. Rah! Big man with gun. Yeah, now I need to try to keep this S coin for the remainder of this section. And there's a replacement shield there, in case I lose the one that I've got. Got another life. Lost my shield. Regained it. Okay. Another S. I am Mega Man. I have a shield. This is my best chance to beat this boss. Walked right into that. Ah! I walked right under it when it shot at me. Yeah? Did I do it? Okay, we beat the level. Thanks, Widget. You're... You the best. Aw, the blush. Please tell me I actually beat the game, though. Congratulations, Widget. Please? Horsehead Nebula is at peace again. These guys remind me of the two alien leaders in Invader Zim. Probably because there's two of them, and they're aliens. What? What is that metal pinned to? Is it just stuck to my chest with tape? Oh? Who are you? I am happy you have become a watcher. Like us. Is this Big Bertha? Or is this a guy? I can't tell. Please select a mission displayed on the next monitor. Uh-oh. I don't think I've beaten the game yet. I too am a watcher. Beats being a doer. Can't really argue. Defeat Lurking Ratchet. Okay. Although I'm pretty sure these are levels I've already done. They just have, like, additional objectives, maybe? Well, I got spiked. Yo, there's a race channel. Let's get in on this race channel. Get in nice and early on my good luck and my have fun as well. Dude, I'm just glad to be past that fucking boss. You kidding me? That boss sucked. Alright. I've got a little bit of time. And Firebat did a little bit of poking around in this game to find out why it looks so good. No penalties. No line change. Wait. 5-minute periods. Easy difficulty. The Red Wings are supposed to be pretty good. I'll just be Chicago. And play against Philly. I want to see if my old strategy still works. My old strategy of beating the crap out of my opponent, stealing the puck. No! You bring that back here, you son of a bitch! Okay, I don't have the range. Boom! There it is. That's the strategy. Unfortunately, you have to be going, like, pretty much right at the goal in order for the strategy to work. Again, I don't have a consistent feel. Seen anything good for the Steam sale? Man, first of all, what's up, Firebat? How's it going? Give the dog a trick shots. So I had posted on my Discord that there was a sale on a bundle with Sworn and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate. And since I already had Sworn, I only had to pay like $7 for Splintered Fate, which I thought was a really, really good deal. But then I come back less than a week later, and I saw that Splintered Fate was on sale for like $3. So I was a little bit taken aback by that, but at the same time, $7 is a good price for a Hades clone. There's not really much on my wish list that's on sale right now. There's an open world survival craft game on my wish list I have called Feel the Snow that's on sale for like $1.30. If you want to, you can do a Steam refund and buy it again at the lower price. I don't know if it's still on sale, because I think it was a part of the spring sale. And I don't care that much. The only reason why I might care is if I could then take some of the money that I saved and then buy some of the DLC. But at the same time, I've only played Splintered Fate for like 10 minutes. I've played the intro. Haven't actually tried to do a run in it yet. It doesn't look like it's on sale now, 30 bucks. Yeah. $30 normal asking price and I got it for $7? That's fine. And Sworn Sworn is a good deal. It's a good game. If you like Hades clones, or if you like Hades, Sworn is a good one. Just got an update with new-ish content. Ooh. Might have to look into that. But first, I have to see if I can find my range for my dumb strategy in this game. Nope, because if you get too close and you try to dump the puck, it just hits the goalie. Was dangerous. That was a bad pass. Whoa. I got bodied. I got one goal like this. Too many guys. Tried to pick up Torchlight 2 today, but it was awful to control on Steam Deck. I believe it. Stun lock him. Stun lock him. I don't know where the range is. I'm on a breakaway. Good pass. Moron. Damn it. I found the range once, but I couldn't find it a second time. Wanted to get Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, but they jacked the price up by $10 right before the sale, and fuck them. At 5-minute quarters, or 5-minute periods, this game goes by so fast. And it says I only had 4 shots on goal. I had way more shots on goal than that, but it doesn't count me dumping the puck as a shot on goal. A Nintendo Sports Network. Combat logic. The plot of Operation Logic Bomb is not very well explained in the game, and just outright does not make a lot of sense. There's an alien invasion, I think, or evil robots, or something. Don't know much besides that. Now that I'm thinking of it, isn't Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance... Didn't that game come out on PlayStation 2? Because I'm pretty sure I've got that on PS2. And the sequel. And those are two of the PS2 games that I really feel like I need to play at some point. They want $40 for it now. Fuck that. I should... I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Apparently, that game is not one of the ones that is currently on my shelf. Which means I think it might be one of the games that I have on the floor here in front of me. Oh, it's right here on the top. No, I tore the price tag off. The price sticker. I have the PS2 Greatest Hits version of it. I was gonna check and see how much I paid at the local used game store for it, but yeah, I tore off the price tag. So that doesn't help me. Hold on, what the hell is this? Oh. A 3 DVD set of the complete collection of the 1994 animated Iron Man series. Kind of forgot that I had that. Maybe I should look for it locally. I mean, if you've still got a PS2, there's no reason to not. And I'm pretty sure that ISOs are too big to send over Discord. But even just in the small smattering of games that I have sitting here in front of me, got Kingsfield 2, Odin Sphere, Drakengard, Inuyasha, The Secret of the Cursed Mask. Whole bunch of console games that I need to get around to playing at some point. But I could literally sit here all night and talk about all the games that I have that I want to play. Let's instead talk about the game that I'm going to play. And let's have a quick interaction with my hat. Oh, the hat capture was already open. Hold on, does that show the other window? That actually doesn't show the other window for the hat. Okay. I was always kind of curious about that. Mario 8-bit alt. Go with 4. 4 is a number that is one less than 5 and one more than 3. Uh-oh. Stimulation for body and visible Samus. Oh god. You know, before I take my break, speaking of visible Samus, I've already shared this on Discord, but I kind of wanted to share this on stream. Of a anime style, quote unquote anime style Samus in the Justin Bailey outfit that I generated using AI. Putting the hair over her eye was a creative interpretation on my part. Anyways, I will be right back. All right. Let's get ready to get ready. AI Samus when no one else is around. I'm not sharing that picture. No. It's a fine place to start the monologue once we get going here. So I can empathize with people that are trying to make a career out of doing artwork. Yeah, I'm positive that it's a very satisfying and fulfilling way to earn a paycheck. And I can empathize with people that want to not support the use of AI for art generation. I get where they're coming from, because that's their job. Good luck, Fun Have. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. We will continue here in just a second. Race will begin. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, I get where professional artists are coming from, and I completely support the idea of not using AI in terms of commercial use. Like if you're doing concept art for a movie or concept art for an advertising campaign, anywhere where you would normally hire a concept artist to do their job, I don't support big money companies using AI to shave their costs. You know, if you're a multi-million-dollar Hollywood studio, there's no reason why you can't shell out some money to a concept artist to help you realize something. If you're a multi-million-dollar company that is trying to create a new logo for a new product or some kind of new advertising icon or whatever, I fully support hiring concept artists for that, because that's their job. So anywhere where a big money company would be trying to use AI so that they would, so specifically that they would not have to hire a human concept artist, I think that is fucked. Anytime that big money studios or big money companies are trying to shave down their costs by not hiring people to do their jobs when they have all the money in the world and then some to hire people like that, that's what I'm opposed to. I, however, am not a big money company. I am not an industry. I am not a big Hollywood studio. My art budget is non-existent. I do not have money for pieces of artwork. But I still enjoy art. This is why I follow a lot of art accounts on Twitter, because I like seeing, you know, like old 1970s sci-fi novel covers and these crazy paintings that they'd have on them. or what's the guy's name? Like Frank Frazetta, some of the paintings he's done in the past. But I am not the kind of person that is going to spend any amount of money commissioning an artist to make a piece of art for me. I'd rather spend that money on gas or groceries or my bills. Occasionally a video game every once in a while. Shit. You know, again, my budget for works of art is non-existent. So that's where I think AI generation can come into play. Because I still, every once in a while, have ideas for pictures. You know, the Justin Bailey Samus that I showed off before we got rolling here. The dumb idea I had a couple weeks back of trying to recreate a background character from Neo Turf Masters. You know, every once in a while, I get an idea for a picture. And if I can't find it through just a cursory Google search, alien genes. Nice. If I can't find it through a cursory Google image search, then, you know, I'll take a look around at different AI engines. Especially since crayon.com anymore is it's the best way to phrase this. Crayon.com anymore is extremely limited compared to what it used to be. Didn't jump. Can't get up here. And it's actually kind of funny because I had been thinking about checking out Grok for image generation, and I just never did it. And then, God, it was sometime really recently, like within the past week or two, I go on there and I type in a prompt and it instantly tells me to subscribe. So I hopped onto the chat feature that it has and just straight up asked, why can I not use this service for free? And apparently it's a change that occurred early in this month that Grok is just not free anymore, even with restrictions. Just not free anymore. Like, oh, well, that sucks. And you know, just about every AI image generation service out there, you have to do a fucking sign up, you have to do a free trial, and then on top of all of that, there's some kind of like currency that's on the website where it's like you're only allowed to do X number of image generations per 1 unit of their currency. And it's a business model that I can understand, but I don't like it. You know, I want something like crayon.com, just a little bit better image fidelity. And I've bounced around so many of these different goddamn sites. I don't remember exactly the name of the AI engine that I used for the Justin Bailey Samus or the Neo Turf Masters character. It's because, again, I've been bouncing around to all these different sites, and it's hard to keep them all straight in my head. But again, if I, in the middle of the fucking night, get an idea for a picture, I don't want to have to send an email and a sum of money to a professional artist and be like, hey, I want you to draw this for me. The one other thing is that I do find it's kind of an interesting and enjoyable process trying to figure out how to correctly prompt an AI to get the desired image out of it. The one thing I do remember about the Neo Turf Masters character, she has a very particular polo shirt where it does not have any kind of embroidered logo on the chest. It has a blue collar, and the part of the shirt, the part of the collar where the buttons are, is also blue. And it's a yellow polo shirt that she has. Well, I remember trying to generate that image, and the AI kept giving me a yellow polo shirt with blue trim on the sleeves. So it's like trying to figure out how to phrase it and how to prompt it to not give me the blue trim on the sleeves and just the blue collar on the yellow polo shirt with no embroidered logo. And it took a hot second. I think I remember it was like around 30 or so minutes just trying to figure out the right way to prompt a fucking AI engine. And even with the Justin Bailey Samus, I had a hard time getting it to understand the concept of the arm cannon. Because every time it would generate the image, it would just have her holding a gun. And it's like, no, dude, her forearm is a gun. Obviously, I ended up getting it. Ended up getting it on both of them. But trying to find the right way to articulate that stuff is its own kind of fun. If your computer isn't too much of a potato, you can get an AI more local on your computer for image generation. You see, I think that's one of the other things I've been looking for, is I've been looking for like a downloadable program to do all this stuff instead of some website. And everything that I have found either involves some kind of currency system or some kind of subscription, and I don't want to sign up for anything. I don't want to buy anything. So I think, once again, I just need to refine my searches like I would refine a prompt for an AI image. Because again, my laptop might not be the best computer in the world, but it's not chopped liver. So I think, once again, I just need to refine my searching a little bit. And the thing that kind of ticks me off about being too late to the party for Grok was that it could take images and animate them at a relatively good quality. Thank you, Real Work. I'll have to check that out in a bit. Because, yeah, it's the old explanation that David Lynch used to give as to why he got into animation and into filmmaking. Is he saw a still image that he had painted get caught in a little bit of breeze. So he saw it move a little bit. and he thought, oh, wouldn't that be a cool thing to put on film? Is a still image that can move. And I think I want to say that there was like something in Adobe Studio that has that has that functionality. But again, I'm not paying for that service. It'd be nice to have, and at the same time, it'd also be nice to have a free-to-use piece of software that can just make me some pitches. And then, of course, it's always fun to dive in and see how far you can take some of your ideas. Any, like, the only stuff that I've really been happy with has been, nice, best crabs, has been the stuff that I've shared on Discord. You know, like, I didn't bother saving any of the Justin Bailey images that I had stumbled on before I got to the one that I liked. Didn't save any of that. Didn't save any of the Neo Turf Masters character before I got to what I wanted. Well, actually, there was one picture of the Neo Turf Masters character that I did save, but I decided not to share it because it was still a bit off compared to the source picture. And I also thought that they kind of made the girl a bit too cute. There hasn't really been a whole lot of stuff. Shit. Hasn't really been a whole lot of stuff that I've been, like, willing to save. There's been a bunch of testing and a bunch of just playing around with it. So far, nothing where I'm just like, oh yeah, that's the fucking ticket right there. Also, he should be dead? Yeah, he's dead. You know, it was kind of nice on one of the engines I was using where I literally just typed in Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. And it gave me Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy from Batman. I was like, son of a bitch. You gotta like it when an AI can recognize proper nouns. Anyways. If I ever get around to messing around with this stuff on a more regular basis, I'll be sure to share it on Discord when it's appropriate. Fuck, I hit the key hunter and everything. I saw in Flash. Here. Ooh. Yeah, I think stable diffusion might be a little bit outside my specs. But I think that also has a lot to do with the fact that my computer also does that dumb thing where it writes a lot of stuff to memory. And ends up taking up disk space. Yep. Oh yeah, the only other thing I can think of right now that I got through the AI image generation that I was like really, really happy with was I was looking for the best way to explain this is I was looking for a background for a stream layout that would kind of fit with that game that I showed the intro to before I started called Operation Logic Bomb. So I was looking for like some steel, like some rusted steel paneling with the like the yellow and black hazard stripes on it. And I got a result that looked pretty good. Again, it's been a whole bunch of stuff that I just haven't felt like saving. Where it's been like, okay, that's kind of cool, but you know, it's missing this, or it doesn't quite have this. But I've gotten lightning to strike a small handful of times. So I'm just hoping that as I learn to prompt a bit better, I'll get more agreeable results. The other thing is, there is minuscule amounts of effort and creativity and intelligence that go into prompting an AI. Really, if you want to get good at prompting an AI, you need to have a thesaurus. You know, you need to have a vocabulary. And you know, for like the Neo Turf Masters character, I'm looking up like if different parts of a polo shirt have different names. You know, like the cuffs on the sleeve or the button-up part of the collar. And you know, none of those have like a particular name that I had never heard of before. Or like looking up what the different stitched parts of a pair of pants are called. Or having to be overly definitive about a particular article of clothing that a character is wearing. So, for personal, casual, commercial-free usage, there is absolutely nothing wrong with people using AI to visualize what is in their head. But then you get these dickhead people that use AI images to sell products online. Products that do not match the images that have been generated. That was a really funny Corridor Crew video where they found that one of the best examples is that it looks like a knitted woolen hooded sweatshirt that has like a skeleton rib cage that's been like intricately woven as a part of the sweater. So they buy the thing, and it's like a long sleeve screen printed t-shirt. Like it doesn't even have a hood like it does in the picture. And of course, AI is absolute shit and completely inconsistent and unreliable when it comes to hands and fingers, teeth. It's only good like with eyes when you get in really, really close. But as soon as you start like trying to zoom out a little bit to get more in the image, the definition in the teeth go, the definition in ears is out the fucking window. You always end up with 5 and 6 fingers on a fucking hand. Because normally you want 4 fingers and a thumb. When you're ending up with 5 or 6 fingers and then a thumb, then it just looks too weird to not notice. Bonus finger know-how. Then, of course, you've got reference from another Corridor Crew video. You've got the people on social media continuously posting pictures of an AI-generated character that's been like superimposed into a real situation. I think there's even like some cooking channels on either YouTube or other social media platforms that will have an AI like write the recipe and then generate a picture of what it's supposed to look like. And I've seen a handful of channels on YouTube that go around like debunking a bunch of those. And that's been kind of fun to watch. Especially when you take into account that it's like someone's Canadian grandmother that's calling out like, these fucking slop artists. Again, if your financial means are limited and you just need a tool to help you visualize what you have in your head as an idea, that's one thing. The moment you start lying to people and trying to get them to spend money on a product that you are selling based off of an image that you've used AI to generate, that's shit. There's nothing wrong with the tool itself. It's how people use it. And I mean, that's the case with just about anything in existence. Oops, all thumbs. Also, if you're like not very specific, or sometimes if you get a little bit too specific, you end up making some fucking AI body horror. Which is just the worst fucking thing. Next thing I know, because I didn't include a fucking comma or a period in the right place, and I have too many descriptors right on top of each other, next thing you know, this person's got arms growing out of their face. No. More. Six. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. You're dead, sir. Yeah, there's a couple of YouTube channels that I've seen streams from that not necessarily demonstrate AI image generation. And who knows, maybe they're doing a fucking tutorial, but I can't tell because they're Japanese. But it's been interesting every once in a while to see the process probably have to do a check in my YouTube history. YouTube history? In my browser history. See if I can find the name of the service that I used for the Neo Turf Masters character and for the Justin Bailey Samus. We'll see if I actually remember to do it, though. Anyways, we almost we almost were able to stretch out this topic for an entire run. But again, my take on AI, I feel, is pretty common. But again, I also completely understand where professional artists are coming from. And you know, if I had a character in a video game that I was really, really attached to, like, one of my guys from Team Poor Life Choices, guy going by the handle of Clage, he's probably playing SMZ3 right now. But he was pretty attached to his character from Final Fantasy XIV. And he commissioned a lot of artwork of that character. And, you know, paid some good money for professionally done pieces of artwork of that character. And more power to him. I don't really think I have that much of an attachment to any fictional character that I've created in a video game. That, and because most of the characters that I create in video games, first of all, have been in pro wrestling video games. And second of all, they are all incredibly derivative. It's like the Fire Pro Wrestling version of, you know, real wrestlers that actually exist. I'm just making a character that is derivative of their look and that has somewhat of a similar name. But after I loaded up, like, you know, like 3 different cartridges of WWF No Mercy, and then filled up a memory card for WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, kind of don't have any more ideas for wrestlers. I mean, there are some of the characters that I took screenshots of and made in DC Universe Online. But, you know, I'm not, like, attached enough to any of those characters that I'd want to spend money having someone illustrate them. Maybe, maybe it would be kind of cool to see like a really short, like comic book appearance for um, that original character that I made, the first one. I think I named him. I think his original name was Frozen Spectre. It was either Frozen Spectre or Frozen Ghost. And then that character either got like accidentally deleted or something. I don't remember what the issue was, but I had to get in touch with someone behind the game, some service, and I had to get the character restored. It might be kind of cool to see him rendered in an illustration, but not for the cost of 3 fast food meals. And I don't even know if that's with color. Different artists have different rates. Again, my rainwave window is too big. So without moving it, all I can see is that Firebat finished in first place with a time of 50 minutes and something. I'm sure he'll jump in and correct me here in a second, but I can also move that window when I get the time to. When I'm not actively pushing buttons. Because we all know what happens when I try to multitask. Oops, accidentally closed IRC somehow. It's really just trying to move a window. Because my setup sucks. My desktop resolution sucks. Because it's a fucking laptop and it can only put the resolution so low or so high, as it were. Oh, that was a regular missile. Square. Oh. 50 minutes right on the nose. I didn't need to know the seconds. There weren't any. Oh, cool. Thought I had my phone plugged in and it was charging this whole time. Apparently not. Need to clean out that plug again. It gets pocket lint in there like freaking crazy. No back knife. Thank you for the good luck and for the squid. Splatterhouse. 5613. This is going to be sub 5830. That song sounds incredibly familiar. I know it's not the song that I think it is. Okay, so this is a song from Fury. Okay. I definitely need to check this game out. I've already got it. And I've already watched a video on it by someone that thinks it's a really good game. But this song sounds like a song from the Neurovoider soundtrack, which is the Nuclear Throne clone that I play. I think the guy that did this song on that soundtrack is Dan Terminus? That sounds familiar. Dan Terminus. And the album name is The Wrath of Code. I know that much. And like 2/3 of that album is the soundtrack for Neurovoider. All this really heavy, aggressive sounding electronic music like this. I love it. In the boat, hit enter, don't hit shift. Yo, we cut the 5830 by 1 second. 5829 GG. Oh, there we go. He had a nose at first. Monotone has been unplugged this whole race. Thanks for the reminder. Hey man, no problem. The secret of GG. Thank you, thank you. I really feel like it's personal preference with like with Nuclear Throne, Neurovoider, and I would also say Enter the Gungeon. I really like all three of those games, and it's really just a matter of personal preference. Definitely in terms of the art style. It's just the art style is very different in all three games. Trying to think if Neurovoider does have a dodge roll. If it does, I sure don't use it. And honestly, it's been long enough since I've played all three of them. But really, like, the biggest difference between those games is the art style. And while I'm not sure if Neurovoider has a dodge roll, um, it does have like a dash attack with some of the weapons. Air Force! It might have a dodge roll as one of the perks that you can pick at the beginning of the run. Might need to open it up here. But the way I play Neurovoider has always been so pigeonholed, where I always take the perk at the beginning of the game that makes it so that you can only find melee weapons, so that I can consistently find these particular melee weapons that have a really wide, really big attack arc that also have explosions attached to it, called a boom hammer. But that means that I get stuck with the pea shooter that you start the game with. So my build is really based off of like co-op play. Does Neurovoider have a manual? Also, only slightly embarrassing, but I only recently realized when I was playing that game Vital Shell and I was talking about Vampire Survivors and I was calling it VS. Both of those games are VS. Took me way too long to wrap my head around that. Do. Okay, we'll mute Rainwave for just long enough. I'm not gonna bother capturing this because I'm... Oh god, this is loud. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a boost. So it's... I don't think it's a dodge roll. I think it's something that's more meant to be used as like dodging. I guess like retreating. It's not necessarily like a dodge roll that could get you through a bullet or underneath a bullet. I think it's mostly just a mechanic they use to like help you retreat. What are they asking for this game anymore? 14 bucks? Base price 14 bucks? Not bad. Oh, yep, and The Wrath of Code by Dan Terminus. 13 tracks. Remote play on phone, on tablet, on TV, together. But yeah, you get to control these little robots. And you get to give them guns. Or swords, or hammers, or flamethrowers, or rocket launchers. Up to 4-player co-op, split screen. Well, split screen, shared screen. There was definitely a time when I was trying to find as many dual stick shooters as I possibly could. And that was one of the ones I ended up finding. Yeah, and Neurovoider's been out for a while, so I don't know how frequently it goes on sale. Yesterday would have been 10 years since my first SRL race. Nice, dude. Oh god, my first race was in September, late September of 2015. So I've been kicking around here for around 11 years. Ah, I'm not in the green anymore. What the heck? I've got just as many points as number 26, man. Whatever, we're still above Zeus. Where's that picture I was talking about? No, not that one. That one's from Crayon. God, I do not have consistent naming conventions for any of my images. Ah, this one. Bang. This is what I was talking about. I was thinking I could use this as a background for a stream layout. I'd probably have to do a little bit of stretching since it says I'm 300 pixels off to one side here. But I mean, you know, it's not HD, but it doesn't look that bad. Okay. What do? Well, let's go with the old standby. Oh God, where am I? What route was I doing last? Oh, probably the route that my notebook is turned to. All booby traps. That's not what I'm doing right now. Gotta say. The shit? Dude, just let me start at the fucking beginning of the game. What are we doing here? Why is it not starting me at the beginning? Here we go. Still not really sure why the task doesn't speed up the text at the beginning. With a game like this, it's very possible they didn't know that you could speed up the text at the beginning. Alright, that's 1/6 of the route. Mwah. I'll crash Hawk and get the world record. You know, technically, I still have the emulator world record for this game. The guy that was going by Stuff is Stuff did a run of this on console and got a very similar time. I'd have to get on SRC and look up what exactly the times are, but he has the console record. I have the emulator record. It's very important that I make that distinction, because one of the things that Stuff noticed was the load times in between the scenes. Like those black screens in between the scenes are noticeably shorter on emulator than they are on console. That's why a while back I was wondering if the BIOS file that I was using could affect that in any way. Oh no. This is Sega CD. If I knew more about BIOS files, I might be able to do something about my version of MAME on the Wii here not being able to play certain games, or certain games just not even showing up in the list. We're at the bus stop, baby. That's the button we need. And we are here. Say hello to our good friends, the dinosaurs. It wouldn't surprise me if it was BizHawk, just because that's what it usually is. And I mean, I haven't updated my emulator situation in decades. I think the last big change that I made was starting to use FCEUX for NES emulation. I think I was using BioNES before that. And I made the jump from ZSNES to SNES 9X again decades ago. I'm pretty sure I've always used Visual Boy Advance for GBA emulation. N64 emulation is funny. I know it's better now, but since 9 times out of 10, if I'm gonna be playing some emulated game, it's gonna be on my Wii. So just download whatever's available on the homebrew shop. Hello, Axiom Verge. This is the other Axiom Verge song. It's not the first song that people think of when they think of music from Axiom Verge, but this is the second song they think of. My buttons! Again, I really just need to mess around with my more up-to-date homebrew Wii and see if I can get different stuff working on that in that version of MAME. And that's a GG. Don't you love it when all you have to do to save the internet is just push like 24 buttons? And then if you want to hang out with some dinosaurs along the way, you have to end up pushing like a total of 32 buttons. If you want a cool emulator with tools, Messin is my favorite piece of software from the last decade. Interesting. Internet. And one of the things that I either said it last week or the week before that I still haven't done, surprise, surprise, is I still need to check out Fightcade. I don't I don't know a damn thing about Fightcade. I read like the little opening blurb in the Google search that it's primarily used for like online matchmaking in arcade games. But if I can just as easily get a version of MAME up and running, that's all I really want. There's a handful of arcade games that I would really like to be able to play on a somewhat regular basis, or at all. And a lot of those games I've downloaded, you know, whatever there is to download from some online compendium. And for whatever reason, when I load up MAME on my Wii, the games just do not show up in the list. I don't know if it's because I need to specifically search for them. But then again, I did get one game that was added recently to show up on the list. So I don't fucking know. And I don't have the patience to find out. Because if I really, really wanted to play these games, I'd just get MAME on the computer instead of messing around with a Wii port of it. Also, if at any point when I'm playing this game, if you see a character in the credits here, and you would like to know which room they are in, I can do my best to find out. Some of them I'm not exactly sure, and I might have to sit here with the walkthrough and try to track them down. But, like, there are some characters in this credits line that I just do not see on a regular basis because I'm normally doing one of my dumb routes. And my dumb routes usually don't involve watching the gags. Unless it's lightning dinos. And while we still have a little bit of time, I'm actually going to get around to playing a little bit of a ROM hack that I wanted to play through last week and only remembered about it once the second race had started. Ah. The Beatles. Adventures in Pepperland. Boy, it's a race channel. Not join them. So this is a Super Mario Bros. 2 ROM hack based on the animated film Yellow Submarine starring the Beatles. If you've never seen that movie, I do recommend it. It is a good fun time. I will be John. Because John is Princess. I'm gonna pick up this car. I take it with me into this door. Okay. That's actually something that I wanted to check, is if you could carry objects with you through doors. Is the person that I saw playing this got hung up at a certain point of the game because I think they needed to carry a potion with them into a different room. And maybe it's just me, but with the way they were speaking about the game mechanically, it really seemed like they were kind of unfamiliar with Mario 2. Well, I died. Chet. Man, somebody put some butter on that ledge. That's not close enough. Damn it. There we go. Haha. Ledge grab. Also, that didn't take me to Birdo. And here we have the yellow submarine. It's yellow in here. Yeah, this thing. I don't know if this is supposed to be a spinning record. But it's what makes the doors happen. So it's the potion. Now we're on Das Boot. Also, you do get some chiptune versions of some Beatles songs in the soundtrack of this game. I brought my own music to the party in the form of Rainwave. Word. Small bird. Now, if we've got this, old Fred here is pointing at a pipe. We can go in there and go to World 2. Oh, my bird. I let him get away. And now we're in here, and then there's this guy. And I died instantly. I think I just despawned that. No, it was the crystal ball. All I need to do is just pick it up. That's right. Well, I just threw that into oblivion. Kitty. Kitty that explodes. Those are spikes. Bird that drops cats. Plant that spawns cats. My guy. I forget the like 5 different names that this guy has in the movie. But he's the guy that when they meet him, they sing the song Nowhere Man. Well, now we're here. Go down. Well, I landed right on that thing. And died. It's pointing out this. And I think I need to take this with me. See, because there's this pipe right here that has an arrow above it. Yeah, there we go. The guy I was watching play this couldn't figure that part out. Heads? These heads? I cannot pick them up. Also, that guy was taking it like extremely personally every time a bomb would go off and the screen would flash. Which I thought was a little odd that it's like, okay, then why are you playing a Mario 2 ROM hack? You know that shit does that, right? No Telemorphs in the race. Oh, enough for right now. I need to get a clunk. I need to get a Super Metroid loaded. While I do that, I shall seek advice from a hat. Bibbidi bobbidi boop. Man, I was 8-bit Mario alt earlier. Can we get a second opinion? Can we get a non-Mario character? Oh my god. Mega Man X with a beard. Fine. I don't think I've actually used the sprite. I've played as Mega Man X, of course, but not the version of him that has a beard. Which I can only assume has to be someone's custom version. Anyways, I will be back. And we're back. Figured that's what that icon would be. Yo, we've gotten in Toaster as well. Hell yes. Our biggest race in a month. You love to see it. I've been seeing Tilly playing a lot lately, and at odd hours. And I will be the first to admit I should probably watch for a bit longer than like a handful of minutes. And that is because Telomorph is good people. Fun luck. Have good. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. Man, I was just thinking about what clunk emulating games on the computer is all well and good, but I really do like the fact that the homebrew Wii can run emulators so that I can just play them on my TV. Like I remember the first time I loaded up Wacky Races on this thing. This gave me such a big smile to see that game on my TV. 3, 2, 1, let's go. So yeah, X has a beard. Not sure why. Like I was thinking, this is probably someone's custom version of this sprite. Probably someone that has a beard. But yeah, visually, there is a difference between playing a game on a big fancy monitor and playing a game on a CRT. $43.03. And it's only when you see like the side-by-side screenshots it's only when you see the screenshots of the old school sprites with like the sharp pixels, and then next to it is what it looks like on a CRT. And the the blending on some of the sprite work doesn't really work as well when you have nice sharp pixels. Sometimes that blurring on the CRT actually makes some sprites look better. The one example I'm thinking of is like the face shots in Chrono Trigger in the equipment menu. Whoop. They look so much better when they've got that CRT blurring and you're not looking at sharp pixels. There's an account on Twitter that, at least for a while, did pretty much just that. Whereas like side by side shots from a CRT and with the sharp pixels. Okay, so they changed Morph Ball. That looks like a jar of beard wax. So already I like this sprite less than just vanilla Mega Man X. His X turning into the Met for his Morph Ball is one of my favorites. It's like he's gonna drop him a full tier on the list just for that. Actually, if X is on S tier, that change in the Morph Ball might be enough to drag this down to a B. Depends on if they did anything dumb to Screw Attack. Space Jump Screw Attack. Putting up my dukes. I'm gonna punch this bomb. Punch it with my fists. I was actually kind of thinking about picking up that Capcom Arcade Classics on Steam because the base program is free, but then like each of the games you buy separately. Kind of like the Sega Genesis collection that's on Steam. so you're only buying the games that you actually want. And I should have enough in my Steam account, in my wallet, could possibly get Arcade Bionic Commando for free. The only reason I haven't actually done anything on that, though, is because, well, Arcade Bionic Commando is one of the few arcade games I have that actually works on MAME. And the Japanese version, Top Secret. You know, they both work. So, not really sure why I would get it a second time. And I'm pretty sure that the Capcom Classics collection does not include the Japanese version. I'm also not exactly sure what all of the differences between the two games are. I know in the Japanese version, the main character has slightly bigger, goofier looking eyes. But like some of the enemy patterns or enemy placements could be different. I don't play that game with enough regularity to be able to call stuff like that out. Also, I'm pretty sure I have a Capcom Classics collection on PS2 that has Arcade Bionic Commando on it, now that I think of it. And I don't really know what else I would get. I mean, like, maybe I'd get Magic Sword. Maybe I'd get Final Fight. Magic Sword might actually be fun as an arcade game, instead of the Super Nintendo game where you have limited lives and continues. Play till you beat the game. You just have to feed us a lot of quarters. Hey man, that's how I was finally able to beat Sunset Riders, by playing the arcade version. Now that's a fun arcade game. But again, it works on my Wii. So I need to actually like put together a list of games that I want to play that for whatever reason I just can't get working on this thing. And it could be something like with the BIOS files that I was mentioning earlier. It could be something where I need like a universal BIOS, or I need like company specific BIOS files. Because like if I could start playing Neo Geo games on here, oh baby. If I could start playing some IREM classics on here, oh baby. I mean, two of the big games that I want to be able to play on here are both IREM games. So it wouldn't surprise me if they had some kind of particularity to being able to run them. The first is Hook. After the Peter Pan movie starring Robin Williams, they made an arcade beat 'em up for that game. And it's actually like really, really good looking. Like the sprite work in that game is phenomenal. The other IREM game that I would love to be able to play on my Wii is Ninja Baseball Batman. It is one of the wackiest arcade games that I think I have ever seen. Can't think of a whole list of games right now. I might be able to think of more as I go along. But there's an arcade game called Growl that I'd love to be able to play on here, in which you're traveling through somewhere in either like South America or Africa, and you're fighting against animal poachers. Riot City would be a fun one. Of course, the big one, and I have no idea how I would actually play this on the Wii. Probably have to use the nunchuck and the remote. Maybe just controller and remote, I don't know. That's the arcade game called Lucky and Wild, in which you are steering a car, first person, and firing a gun with your other hand. Oh my god, Mega Man, get out of the soup. Lucky and Wild is one of the most hectic looking arcade games I have ever seen. Because obviously you're having to steer a car and fire a gun at the same time, unless you're playing with a second player. In which case, I think one of them is steering and shooting, and the second player is just shooting. It could be that player 1 drives and player 2 shoots. I've never actually seen a cabinet of this game. It's only through watching a lot of the arcade streams that Murphigator does that I even know about as many arcade games as I do. Trying to think of other arcade games I'd like to give a shot to at some point that I'm pretty sure just don't work on my current software. But a lot of them are like, a lot of them are beat 'em ups that don't really have like distinct or iconic titles. All just kind of like generic. Oh, there's that one. Big Trouble on something in something. Not Little China. Um, but the idea is that you're on like this massive cruise ship, and the entirety of the game takes place in this big crazy cruise ship. And the one, if I'm remembering this right, the weird mechanic of this game is that it has like branching routes. It has branching paths, and at the end of each path, after you beat the boss joins your party, and you have the option of playing as that boss. It's like Big Trouble on the High Seas or something like that. I'm really thankful that Murph has been uploading his Belt Scroller Academy videos onto a secondary YouTube channel, which I think is just Murphigator Stream VODs or something like that. Because he's got enough hours tied up in that to hit Twitch's limit, let alone the other stuff that he does. But don't get me wrong, not everything that guy plays is good. He spent way too long playing the Amiga version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And one of the things about the Amiga is during gameplay, most games don't have any music. Bump. They might have some bleeps and bloops of sound effects if you're lucky. But like maybe you'll get some music on the title screen. Maybe you'll get some music at the ending of the game. But a lot of the games he played on Amiga was just deafening silence. The only Amiga beat 'em up that I'm curious about is well, for whatever reason they decided to make a beat 'em up on the Amiga about Motorhead. Like you get to play as Lemmy, you get to swing your bass and hit people, you get to drink liquor and breathe fire. But it's not a mechanically very deep game because pretty sure the Amiga had like a D-pad and one, maybe two buttons? Maybe two? A lot of the different moves that you can do in Amiga beat 'em ups are apparently based off of holding down the button and then moving the D-pad. You really gotta feel bad for video game developers sometimes before the era of normalized video game controls. Because people would try all sorts of wacky shit. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. It's like with a lot of PS1 games are like that. You know, do we have full 3D movement? Do we have tank controls? Well, that would have been a fast mid. He might be coming in too hot. I think I got him. Sure hope I did. Yeah, we did. Fuck yes. And regardless of the last time I played this particular video game, I can always say, man, I need to play this game again. Tyrion 2000. I always bring up the fact that it's my favorite shmup. It feels good mechanically. I've got nostalgia for it. There's a wide assortment of weapons and power-ups. I mean, there's a shop, for fuck's sake, in between almost every single level. Sometimes you don't get access to new items in the shop. You can just, like, upgrade your current equipment, your current loadout. And it's got alternating modes of fire for the rear gun. Which I'm not even sure if I knew about that as a kid. Playing Tyrion 2000, that you could change the, you could change how the rear gun fired. All I know is you can load the screen with lots and lots of bullets in that game. Same thing as in the 9, dude. I clipped the key hunter. And he's fucking running. Tyrion 2000 is one of those games, just amazing sprite work. Not just for the time, you know, mid to late 90s. Good sprite work that still holds up, that still looks really, really good. And I'm pretty sure the GOG version that I have comes with a sprite editor. So you could conceivably make your own ship to pilot around. I don't think I'd be able to make anything that looks that good. But yeah, it's a vertically scrolling shmup. I've played it a handful of times on stream. Music is really good. Sprites are really good. Weapon variety is really good. But my favorite mechanic is probably the ship's shields. It's not like a bunch of other shmups where you get hit once and you're dead. No, there's a recharging shield. And so you can take a couple bullets before it starts doing damage to your ship's armor. So you get like a shield bar and a health bar in a shmup. And I really appreciate that because it might not be bullet hell, but it's bullet heck. You know? It's like not as scary as bullet hell, but it can get pretty close. Rainwave heard that I was talking about shmups. Pretty sure UN Squadron has a shop between the levels. I just think that most people don't think about having a shop in between the levels of a shmup. They probably think along the same lines as like Gradius or countless others, where you just find power-ups in the levels from killing enemies. And I just remembered the name of one of my other favorite vertical shmups, and that is Blazing Lasers on the TurboGrafx. It also got a virtual console release on the Wii. Can't really think of too many other like vertical shmups that I'm a real big fan of, because I've never really played any of like the more popular ones. Horizontal shmups. I've got to go with my boy Gokujo Parodius, which I think was the second Parodius game on the Super Famicom. One of the very first Japanese games that I bought from Japan. Big fan of most of the Parodius games that I've played, but Gokujo Parodius for me is my favorite amongst them. my my least favorite version of Parodius. I can actually point to it. I don't think, yeah, I've never actually played it. But the context in which it exists makes it worthy of being called my least favorite version. It is actually a playable mini game in the PC indie game Llama Lana. Uh, in Llama Lana, you get a like a laptop kind of computer. You know, your character gets a little laptop computer, and it actually has games that are on it. You find MSX ROMs and cartridges all throughout the ruins of Llama Lana. Some of them actually like affect the gameplay. Some of them I think make you attack faster. Some of them I think make you do more damage. Some of them you need to have equipped in a certain order. Like you need to have them equipped alongside of another ROM to like solve puzzles within the ruins, which is a little much, a little obtuse. But the worst offense comes in the incredibly difficult, incredibly hard to access, and once again, incredibly obtuse bonus dungeon called Hell Temple. It's one of those things where congratulations, you solved the secret. Now you've unlocked the hardest part of the entire game. It's like, we're not going to reward you for solving this obtuse puzzle. We are going to punish you. And that's what Hell Temple is. It is just an absolute exercise in testing the player's patience and pulling out just about every dirty trick in the book to put the player on the back foot, as it were. But one of the things you have to do in order to complete Hell Temple is you have to load up Parodius on your in-game MSX, and you have to get a certain high score. Like, otherwise you're just in a room that's a dead end. But you play the game, which is not an easy version of Parodius. You play through that, you get the high score, and then it opens up. And I forget if that's the very end or if you have to actually fight a boss after that. But either way, the actual reward for beating Hell Temple is an obscure, like, Dragon Quest II reference. And that's it. Like, I'm fine with games having obtuse puzzles. stuff that is maybe only ever slightly hinted at in an obscure corner of the game. But man, even just finding Hell Temple in Lama Lana, let alone actually completing it, is an obtuse task and a half. Because, like, in the storyline of the game, the person or entity or whatever that's locked away in Hell Temple does not want to be found. Like, he has been put there for... He has been put there for creating a treasure that should not exist. I think is how they phrase it in the game. And you only get, like... You only get obtuse hints about where to go and what to do. I think there's a, an old YouTube channel, Starman Jr. has a playthrough of Lama Lana on his channel, and the last video of his playthrough is unlocking Hell Temple, and the shit that you have to do is one of those things where, like, no one would accidentally do this. I can almost guarantee you there is no one that would stumble upon the secret hidden level. Shit. It's not like, oh, you pushed one lever and that opens up Hell Temple. No. You have to do a laundry list of things. Convoluted and, once again, obtuse things that no one would ever just accidentally do. It's one of the little quirks of Lama Lana that I find interesting. Is it has just enough of that fuck the player attitude to it that it feels very reminiscent of, like, old Japanese games. Like, specifically old Japanese, like, PC games. Now, granted, my only real experience with old Japanese PC games is one. Is a game that has been translated into English and is called EVO: The Theory of Evolution. And it acts basically as like a technological precursor to EVO: The Search for Eden. It was on the PC 98, I think. The Japanese home computer system that I don't think ever left that country. but it's a console that had a lot of games on it. But I actually really, really liked um, Theory of Evolution. I like it better than Search for Eden. And it's not just because I like RPGs. It's because I thought I thought Search for Eden was a fine game, but it didn't really like capture my attention that well or imagination. Meanwhile, when I'm playing the PC 98 version, I'm playing Theory of Evolution, and a herd of Triceratops are marching through the valley to go engage a group of Allosaurs or Allosauruses in a bloody battle. I'm like cheering my head off. Also, a fun thing about Theory of Evolution is when you're on the overworld. Well, actually, when you're walking around, when you're not in a battle, and you're seeing a whole bunch of enemies that are like surrounding you. If you save your game and then reload it, it clears the screen of enemies. Which is a pretty neat trick. It doesn't have the same kind of like leveling system that Search for Eden has, where Search for Eden was more like you're putting your evolution points into a certain set of jaws, or a horn, or fins, or teeth, which I think goes with jaws, so never mind. But it's like that's what you're spending your Evo points on, is like different parts of your anatomy. In Theory of Evolution, it's much more abstract. You're putting points into like different characteristics that are, and the different characteristics are represented by different colored like smiley faces. You know, you've got one that's supposed to represent like aggression, one that's supposed to represent intelligence. I forget what the other ones are. There's one that somehow represents like how much health you have, I think. I don't know, it's been a while since I've played it. But if you level any of these characteristics too much, you can game over. You can game over from leveling up. And there's Firebat taking first with a 47-24. GG. And Tillamorph coming in quickly after with a 47-36 GG. But yeah, there's some kind of... There's something I like about the idea of leveling up one of your stats too much and you game over. And it's always accompanied by some kind of silly cutscene. Some of them far sillier than others. Like there's a cave that's fairly early on in the game, and there's this big pool of blue slime. And the pool of slime is safe to drink from, I think maybe 3 or 4 times. But like after the 4th or 5th time, I think maybe you start to take a little bit of damage. Maybe there's some diminishing returns, like you're not getting as big a stat boost. But that's the thing, you can drink from this pool of slime a small handful of times, and you will get like a big stat boost from it. But if you drink from the pool of slime too many times, then you game over. Accompanied by a cutscene that shows you as a happily smiling slime monster in the corner of a video game fantasy dungeon, complete with a brave knight with a cape and sword exploring said dungeon. Yet another game that I picked up because I saw a Let's Play from Frank-O-Matic on YouTube. Frank-O-Matic, his YouTube channel is where I have learned about some really fun games. I mean, his channel is how I found out about Panic.
Understand what's going on here.
Well, even though it's not a game that I am going to play at any point, Frank-O-Matic's channel is where I found out about like Little Big Adventure for the first time.
Give me a break, give me a break.
There's a whole host of others that he's done playthroughs of on his channel, and I'm obviously not thinking of all of them.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Yeah, between Frank-O-Matic and Deceased Crab, I have learned about so many delightful little obscure video games.
Give me a break, give me a break.
Well, get in there, dude. Yo, what's up, War Drinker? Thank you for the squid.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I don't understand. I don't understand. I said it before and I'll say it again, it again, it again, it again. I said it before and I'll say it again, it again, it again, it again. I said it before and I'll say again, 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 again. I said it before and I'll say it again, again, again. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't understand what's going on here.
Get some. Whoo, baby. Okay, so Nintoaster actually did quit. I wasn't looking that closely earlier. Seemed like he might have been having connection issues. You hate to see it. My least favorite way to show my third place meme. Get those onions off of my baby. Don't you onion my baby. 5602. It's gonna be a little bit better than the 9. Relatively low 58. But yeah, overall, this custom version of X, Mega Man X with a beard, I don't like it as much as regular Mega Man X. Because as you've seen, they replaced the Met-Tool Morph Ball with a jar of beard wax. And I'm sure that's all well and good for either whoever made this or whoever this was made for. But the Met-Tool Morph Ball is one of the things that makes the Mega Man X sprite one of my favorites. So this is definitely on a lower tier than just the regular one. If regular X is on S tier, I don't know if I'd put this at a B, but I might. Just because it is that much of a quote-unquote downgrade. And there we go. 5811. GG. Thank you, thank you. Consistent. That's what I'm aiming for. I really wanted to get to a point with this game where I could load it up whenever and play through it and consistently be able to cut the one. Let's see, what other games have I found out about from Frank-O-Matic's channel? Oh, why can I not think of the name of that damn game? There is Straight Baseball Life. I think I had seen Straight Baseball Life somewhere else before I saw Frank-O-Matic do it. But he did do that one. There's EVO Theory of Evolution. Lost Eden. Lost Eden's another one that I know from him. I'm pretty sure I knew about One Way Heroics before I saw his videos on him. Woodruff and the Schnibble of Azimuth. I know it sounds like I'm having a stroke, but it's a bizarre little point-and-click adventure game that I really enjoyed when I played it. Dear Force! Of course, Panic. And I'm trying to remember if I found out about the Kyrandia games through Frank-O-Matic, or if that was through someone else. That looks like that was through someone else. Well, alright, that's all I wanted to look up from there. Go ahead and clear my Rainwave request line. It takes a tough man to make a tender cutting one. And you know what that means. We got third place. We did it. We got third place. Wait, there we go. We did it. We got third place. Been a while since I've gotten to put that up. Okay. Give me my dry erase board to write another 58 down. A 58.29 and a 58.11. Pretty good. At least for me, anyways. Well, all right. That wraps up another week of races. As always, a big thank you to my buddy Ponk for hanging out earlier tonight, playing some more Pokemon Emerald. I managed to increase my party. I now no longer have 2 birds and a Lotad. I actually, first round caught an Abra, which I kind of couldn't believe. It's just like, I'm not going to try hitting him. I'm not going to try confusing him. I'm just going to throw a Pokemon ball. You know, just going to throw a Pokeball. First thing. And I fucking caught him. And I named him Professor X. Should probably get him in my party. I also made the unwise decision to catch and begin leveling up a Nincada. And the thing with Nincada, when you level him up at level 20, or when you evolve him at level 20, you know, he turns into his evolution. But if you have an empty spot in your inventory and a spare Pokeball, you get a Shedinja. And Shedinja is the ultimate glass cannon in Pokemon. Only ever has 1 HP, but can only be hit by super specific moves. So he can either be a blessing or a curse. But I figured I'd go for one of those in this playthrough, because why the fuck not? Might be fun. And of course, a big thank you to Insane Firebat, and to Telomorph, and to Nintoaster for the races here tonight. As always, lots of fun, unless I'm invisible. But that doesn't count, because I only did that once and I'm not doing it again. So I need to catch up here. How to get Abra. Stop trying, beat the game, use Master Ball. Like, dude, that's why I thought that I wasn't gonna get him. Because I was just using a regular Pokeball. Sometimes that round one luck is just through the roof. All right, and for everybody else, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. We will be back next week with more Pokemon and more races. And I hope to catch you then. See ya!